Alright, so today's big goal is to see if we can't knock out some of this plate armor we've been steadily working towards. Right now our smithing skill is up to 121. Yep, 121. So we're still like 40 plus points off of trivial for some of the lowest pieces, but we've only got to get lucky one time. So it's just going to be a matter of how many attempts does it take per slot, to get lucky here. And hopefully we can get some more skill ups in the process. We have gone ahead and farmed a bunch of stuff for leather padding. So we've got about 17 combines worth of stuff for leather padding. Now I don't think we have enough plat to afford 17 plate armor attempts, but we'll just stash the rest of the leather padding for later. That's weird, Linz. I'm not sure why. It's probably a Twitch bug. Alright. Lucky we did not have any fails. I mean, we're trivial for it, so we shouldn't, but every now and then you get a fail on trivial anyway, so. So we've got our 16 leather padding. Alright, and we're clocking in right at 250 plat. I think it's going to cost us about 50 plat per attempt. So we've got to make medium quality folded metal sheets, which require a block of medium quality ore, which we can buy here in Freeport. Trudy. Right there. Okay, so not that bad, 21 plat per piece. But then the molds are going to be almost the same amount of plat. It's going to be about 20 plat per mold. Yeah, I think this East Freeport entrance here will put me right next to the vendor I need to. Yep, perfect. Hey, good morning, Chase. How's it going, dude? There we go. Well, some of these are pretty cheap. So first we're gonna attempt to make a, I think bracer is the lowest trivial for the slots that we want. We'll check really quick. Oh, rip, I left my hammer in the bank. Well, we'll look at this stuff and we can craft it in West. So we're going to try to make the boots and the bracer today at the very least. They're the same, so it's not a big deal. Anything higher than that appears to be like totally outside of our skill range. We don't really want any of these slots, these non-visibles. Yeah, dude, it's a huge quality of life improvement, being able to like search and stuff. Feels a little cheap being able to just like plug it in like that though. But it's interesting, like since the other fine plate doesn't even appear for me, it seems like my odds of being able to craft it are pretty much 0. Another big thing here is that banded armor trivials out around 100 blacksmithing skill, which is actually like really low. So it's pretty hard to get into the fine plate range. I had to break down a ton of fine steel weapons from High Keep to make ore to craft this ornate armor, this ornate. And it got me up to 121. I could keep doing it a little further, but it's just a pain. And I'm pretty close to KOS with High Keep. I don't want to go all the way to KOS. And High Keep was my most reliable source of fine steel. It looks like we might have enough plat for a total of 8 attempts right now. Watch me fail one of these, even though I'm like almost 100 points over trivial. Alright, no fails, that's good. Rip, I was thinking that this was only going to take 1. Let's see if the bracer is less. Yeah, the bracer is less, okay. So we'll go with the bracer first. Alright, so that's a fail. Hey, Get Lost Greg, thanks for the follow. We've got one more bracer attempt here. Oh, we did it. There we go. Our first piece of fine plate. 2 AC bonus. Looks good. And we got one skill up. Alright, so that one was a fail. This ornate sells back pretty well. Alright, I'm not going to have enough for a third attempt. So let's hope we get it on the second one. Oh, it's medium quality. There's so many items in smithing when you're dealing with the ores that have like very similar icons and very similar names. It's easy to get mixed up. Hey Chase, yeah, the queues are pretty much gone. Yesterday during prime time, the queue that I saw was like 3 minutes long. Yeah, so that's like, you know, a weekend prime time evening. Not bad at all. We'll do this with the experiment mode on. Oh, duh, leather padding. All right, we got our second piece. So it looks like the van braces are 7 skill points higher than the boots and the bracer, which for some reason puts them just like out of my range on the recipe list. But I want to give it at least one try. I hate having to take off my negative charisma gear. Look, we can see someone here has been successful. Alright, we should have enough money to afford at least one mold, and then that'll be that for right now. We'll have to farm up some more cash. I want to get the gauntlets, but at the same time I'm tempted to just skip them because, you know, I think it won't be too long until we can get the gem inlaid gauntlets from Pa. Oh, you know what? The helmet. I could make the helmet too. Get rid of this bronze bucket on my head. The helmet is a few points higher than the Van Braces, so we'll have to wait for a while. Yeah, they still don't appear. Experimental mode. Hey, Get Lost Greg. SSF stands for Solo Self Found. It means everything all my gear and items come from mobs that I have soloed myself, quests I've done, armor I've crafted myself, and I can only buy like vendor default items. So basically, I can't trade with players. I don't accept any buffs. I don't take any ports. And I never group with anyone for any reason. It's also a permadeath run. Hey, what's up, Tamina? So if you guys are just getting here, we have just now made our first 2 pieces of fine plate armor successfully. We're going for a third. This is the last one that we can afford to attempt. So after this, it'll be back to farming a little bit of platinum. Fail. No big deal. So it says I lacked the skill to fashion fine plate van braces. I wonder if it'll appear on my recipe list now. It does not. Okay, so we still need to get some more skill ups. Nice, where are you farming guards at? Okay. You know, I was thinking about going to Payneal when I got to level 30 to farm guards for EXP, but I seem to remember the skeleton guards, despite being kind of strong, being like relatively low average level. But I figure it would be a good place to make money and my undead nukes will land and stuff like that. Do you remember what they hit for? Like, could I go farm them right now, you think? Or probably not. I seem to recall that they're like massive undercons. Oh, maybe I could do them. Could be interesting. Definitely feels good to be running around with just a little bit of plate on. I'm getting tired of that banded look. The only sad part is I'll basically never replace this Minotaur ribcage, so I'm gonna have that banded tunic graphic for the rest of my run. Hey Zero, how's it going, dude? Welcome back. Yeah, for most of this week, I'll be doing a lot of morning streams again. Oh yeah. Well, I'm glad that someone's checking out those VODs. I also upload them to YouTube, but if you watch them on YouTube, you won't be able to see like the chat and everything. I threw the link in chat there. It's probably faster to just go to high keep for plat. I'm trying to think of like the best place to farm plat easily right now. Just continue working on the fine steel. I could do bandits and like Lick Wrath. You know, I haven't seen them really drop any ore in high keep when I was killing them. They drop a lot of like research runes, and I got some ring mail and a little bit of bronze. Only bronze helmets for some reason. But I don't even think I ever saw fine steel. Like they would drop bronze weapons and stuff too. Most of my fine steel stuff comes from the guards. You're probably doing it inside the city, right, Tamina? Ah. I just worry that there's going to be like some random high-level NPC that'll snipe me as I'm running around killing guards there. Yeah, the Felwith guards are crazy good. But I need some guards I can farm at level 27. Yesterday while I was playing, I was running through Kith, and I got attacked by a skeleton commander. He got one round on me and harm touched me, and I didn't die. It was like right as I was running into Rivervale. I think I only lost like 70% of my HP. I thought I was toast when I saw him pop up on my aggro list. I had my mouse on the DA idle, ready to go. So I guess we only need 3 more pieces of fine plate. The arms, the legs, and the helmet. The legs are going to take a long time to be able to do. They're probably like 170 something trivial. Or 80, 180 maybe. Hey, so the DA idle, I gotta be real careful when I inspect it so I don't actually burn the charge, is the shiny brass idol. It drops from one of the orcs in High Pass. It has 1 charge of Divine Aura. It is my #1 save the run click. Yeah, exactly that. The oh shit button. You guys probably can't tell. Maybe you can. I've modified the UI ever so slightly to give us a larger viewport, basically. I made it all about 10 to 20% smaller. Alright, it's 4 p.m. We should be safe. So apparently if we get into like the 200 smithing range, there's an armor set called Field Plate that we can make as a human. And it's like 2 to 3 AC better than Fine Plate per slot. Normally you see it like the imbued, like the Khazak-Thul imbued Field Plate kind of stuff later on. The imbue is not in until Velius or Lucklin. Which means basically no one ever uses it. We're high enough level now that we can also probably kill the Goblin King, possibly get the 5 stamina belt or the blackened iron headpiece. So the blackened iron headpiece has some amount of plus strength on it, which makes it pretty good for us. it's lower AC. I think it's lower than bronze even. It's like 6 AC. So I want to say fine plate helmet is 12, so it's a big drop there. But it's also got like 5 to all saves. Hey, what's up? What's up? Good morning. Another big win is that we got, when we hit level 27, we got our new healing spell, which makes a huge difference for us. It took me like 15 casts to heal myself to full with my previous healing spell, and this one takes me like 6. So it's a significant time save when you're trying to like back up and heal during combat. Light healing was getting so bad that like if I didn't root the mob and back at a melee range, it was like strictly doing nothing. Sometimes I would lose more HP than I gained in the time it took to cast it. Yeah, I'm a paladin, Wombat Man. Solo self-found Permadeath Paladin. Oof, only 4 people in the zone. Definitely not going to be a pick. It's just the normal Necromancer crew that I see farming this all the time. Wrong spell. At level 30, we get a new undead nuke. It hits for like 112 damage. So at that point, we're probably going to go to undead focused camps for a while. Maybe for the rest of the run, we might do like some deep unrest into Ghoulbane, into Lower Guck. Right? Yeah. No, not yet. Hey, Wrecker, we succeeded on some fine plate rolls this morning, though. Nice. Yeah, Befallen is a really good EXP rate. Super dangerous, though. We're getting there. We tried the arms with the last bit of plat we had and failed. But I'm pretty confident we'll get the arms done today as well. Smithing is up to 122. Yeah, reckon I'm 27 now. Penial guards probably aren't too hard. I'm just really worried about running into a random NPC, like townfolk NPC that's going to kill me. Now I've got that big healing. Apparently I fizzle it. Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. I don't think I'll get any EXP from them though, just plat. I actually realized there's no reason for me to be fighting that guy after 50. Like, what was I doing? You pick up a lot of plat just killing these because like that one dropped like almost 3 platinum just in change. And then if you're doing the guards, it's kind of like the same. You get like 3 plat, 2 plat per kill on top of the sword, which goes for almost 5 plat. Penial guards could be really lucrative once I get my next undead nuke, especially. No, I mean like there'll be EXP, but the guards are actually gray to me. Ooh, resting heart rate hit 59. Getting fit. You know, I've honestly never done giant skeletons before. Are they Are they good plat? Yeah, probably not worth it then. No, yeah, we definitely know the Penial Guards are going to be good plat. I was wondering about the giant skeletons. Cairns are probably about the same as the Picklog Guards. The best part about farming Cairns is they drop milk and fish, so you like never need food. Right, yeah, it's like the worst part about looking at your heart rate. I'm sitting here like chugging caffeine, I'm sure that's not helping. I don't really have a light source, I guess. You know what? I have dynamic lights off. See, now you can see the light turning on every time I switch to my sword and shield. On my screen, it actually looks a lot different than the stream. My screen has much higher gamma for whatever reason than what you guys see displayed. It's like a windowed thing. There's probably a way where I can make Twitch just film my monitor rather than EQ specifically. But I'm kind of like Twitch illiterate. Yeah, dude, I bet. You know, it's interesting. That ritualist spawn is like tied to some of the other wizard spawns there. I think it's like unique in that zone. Like if no ritualist pops, like 3 wizards spawn in his spot instead of 1 mob, similar to how like Peniel is done. Hey Ublis, as long as I do the majority of the DPS, I get the EXP. So what I do is I fight them down to like 49%, and then I pull them to the guards. If I'm paying attention, I pull them to the guards at 49%, and then I get the EXP. I'm pretty sure at some point we'll be over there and we'll be able to watch. I think on TLP servers there's like a weird little spawn mechanic. Hey, thanks for the follow, Ooblies. With that spawn on the ledge. Like if it's not the ritualist, it is more than would ordinarily be in that location. Old school lurker, thanks for the follow. Keep on lurking. But yeah, I always turn off the dynamic light because when I swap to my shield for bash, it's like someone turned the spotlight on in the room. Yeah, AC is just like that too. I forgot about him. I'm surprised none of my other many magical items count as a light source. What's the script on P99? Right? Blind as a bat. So killing evens still gives me a solid 2%. I wonder if soloing an even con mob is going to give me 2% all the way up to 50. Oh, that's weird. Man, I really wish killing the goblins gave you positive faction with the guards rather than just turning in the ears. It really doesn't make sense. It seems like an oversight. I only have to kill 100? Not even. I have to kill 99 more goblins to become dubious with King's Orb. Not even 1/1000th of a percent EXP for turning in that ear. Turning in 1,000 goblin ears would not get me 1% EXP. It's so crazy when you think about it like that. I have a split paw in my bank which has like 5 charges of infravision. I should use that and spare you guys a little bit. I think all the like display settings, nothing will fix it for the stream purposes. I could use the dreaded advanced lighting. Yeesh. We'll turn on all the dumb stuff. I don't think it'll take effect until I zone. We'll zone after this. Gotta get those tendies. So I've been trying to think if there's any undead EXP camp I can do between Unrest and Lower Guck. Like if I wanted to do 28 to 35 farming undead and I did not want to do Unrest at all, is there a place I could do it in Classic? I know Kunark opens up a lot of undead spots, but I don't know of any spot in Classic that really fills that niche unless I really want to farm giant skeletons until they're like green. Hey, Aetherweave, thanks for the follow. Okay, yeah, the undead gnolls are by the South Corona Zone Line ruins, and they only spawn at night, right? I could check that out. I might be able to do the Silent Watch Shield quest, like, now-ish. I've got to kill Jojunga. I'm pretty sure I could solo him. I've got to kill Tyrannoslil to get the fish food vial and a torn parchment. Tyrannoslil might be harder than killing a sand giant. Yeah, Tyranna's level 31. I think she's a necromancer. Okay, so you got a few more earrings, Enter. 1 in 24, 1 in 2, 0 in 17, 0 in 25. Oof, 0 in 14. Yeah, the Isle of Undead is kind of already fading for me. And I can't even do the gargoyles because there's people who are like 24/7 farming gargoyles for the eyes, I think. I went there like the last 2 days and there was like not even a single gargoyle up, basically. Oh yeah, that's probably what it is, just a time zone thing. So my buddy who was doing the hardcore SSF ranger, his ranger passed away. So he re-rolled as a hardcore solo self-found cleric now, and he's like already caught up to me in levels. Yeah, the Sea Furies being super camped actually helped me out a lot because I was able to pretty much walk up and farm my Bracer of Aurolacy with no issues. He doesn't, for some reason. He's just doing it on his own. Yeah, he was telling me, you know, he's like had a few levels now. He's already been using that 112 damage nuke. And he gets a better one in 1 level. He's in like the mid-20s or something. It's crazy. I should have done cleric. It would be so much easier. They don't drop gargoyle eyes anymore? Are you sure? Dude, why is this blue just beating me? Yeah, Agnar's the one that we met on Noob Cake. This really isn't bad EXP right now. I've gained just about 10% pretty quickly. Met up for a second. Yeah, I've just been doing goblins this morning. I don't remember the guild, Noob Cake, unfortunately. Hey, good morning, Vanetti. Everything's going great. We managed to craft our first few pieces of fine plate armor this morning. Hey, thanks for the follow, Access Gaming. No, I don't think we ever had any negative interactions, personally. I remember us talking a little bit about like the alchemy exploit, and that was it. Only a few people were ever like jerks on Vulak. Like for most, I think for most people on Vulak, it wasn't personal, it was just business. That was kind of like the relationship. Now, like at the time, Damdor and I really didn't like each other, though we got over that. The people I remember having actual negative interactions with were like Damdor and Wulias. You know what was like one of the craziest things about Vulak? So, growing up, I started playing EQ. I won't give away my exact age, but I was under 10 years old when I started playing EQ. And I used to read like the top guild forums and stuff. So I would read like FOH forums, and I would see like Krugen talking about like Paladin stuff, and just bantering on the forums. So when I played on Vulak, much older but still a teenager at the time, I saw Krugen there. He was in EOE, and I recognized him. I was like, oh dang, dude, this is so cool. He's like someone I knew when I was like a kid as like a famous EQ player. And he played a monk on Vulak, and of course our guilds went head to head. So I was like, oh, like I remember there was like a time where we were raiding. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Krugen is on this server, and I'm like, oh man, Krugen is training me right now. How wild is this? It'd be like if you read like Superman comic books as a kid, and then as an adult, Superman just like walked up and punched you in the face. But yeah, I mean, nobody was innocent, right? Like Faceless did a ton of shitty stuff too. True that. Never meet your heroes. Kunark opening night on Vulak it still goes down as one of my favorite EQ experiences ever. And in all the guilds I've done since, I've never had a Kunark launch like that ever again. It was definitely the best Kunark launch. Like, do you remember we were kiting, everybody was kiting Emperor Organic around the zone, and then we just started killing him, and it turned into both guilds had got like almost all their forager keys and everything, and we were just sitting there at Emperor Organic's throne, and people were like, please, like, let's just all agree not to kill him so we can turn our keys in and fight in Seb. Then we turn all of our keys in, and we all go to Seb, and we're training tracking on all over the zone and stuff. And finally, like, both guilds had completely wiped a few times, and we're both in the jail on different sides of the jail recovering. And finally, like, we both like charge for tracking on. Someone pulls track into the water, and EOE's SKs rush into the water and harm touch him like torpedoes underneath the water. Yeah, our meeting was a lot like that, Noob Cake, just on like a personal scale instead of a raid. The worst part of EQ competition is like it's so zero sum. Like if you were just a split second slower than the other team, you get a big box of nothing for being so close. It's either like absolute victory or total defeat. Yeah, Nagafin, he got really upset. He always told me that it was while he was at the bathroom, and I never believed him. It was funny because after that Nagafin loss, which was like one of a handful of losses you guys ever had, you know what I mean? It's not like there was ever a huge period where it was a losing battle for you guys. So you barely ever lost, but that was one of them. And Wolias had like a mistell into the Druid chat channel talking about how he was thinking about just quitting because he didn't like to lose. And we made fun of him like nonstop for that. I'm like, dang, dude, I get wrecked like every day, and you're gonna quit after one loss? Right. I think the biggest problem, like on Vulak, there was that period of time, remember, when we had worked out a rotation, so Faceless and EOE were rotating? There was actually a critical error there. Now that I have been on the top guild side of things, I see the error, but when I was at the second place guild, I didn't see the error. EOE and Faceless, 50-50 split everything. Which, you know, for Faceless, we loved that, right? But EOE, they shouldn't have done it, right? What we should have done, our rotation should have been EOE gets one, Faceless gets one, free for all, and we race for it, and we agree to no socking. And that way, most of the time on the race mobs, EOE would have won. A few they would have lost, and things would have worked out. And that way, EOE could have been like the clear like top guild. Everyone's ego would have been fine. But we went a few months where we were rotating everything. And then you get people who are like, who's actually the top guild? Like, I see Faceless killing a lot, I see EOE killing a lot. Now, EOE and Faceless maybe knew where everything really stood, right? But a lot of randoms didn't. And that starts to... The people who lead these guilds, myself included, are kind of like big ego people, you know what I mean? And when it comes to like a question of like who's a better guild, that's when like those peace talks deteriorate. You would think it wouldn't matter very much, but at the time at least, it was seen as very important. And what would have happened if it worked out that way? You know, like it would have benefited EOE because they would have got slightly more loot than us, which is cool. And the server would have been healthier, would have had a higher pop for a longer time. And every couple weeks, they would have siphoned off 1 or 2 of our members. We would have survived, but you always lose a few people who want to join, quote, the best guild. And the cycle would have continued in a much more natural way, rather than like the Shadow Knights turned everything into a huge mess. Guilds just straight up evaporated in the face of that. And then suddenly, like, EOE probably found itself on a server where they're like, okay, from now until live, we've got to survive basically as just our unit of people. Like, there's not going to be a lot of new blood coming in. But it's always obvious in retrospect, right? Yeah, you know, as fun as like the old competition days were, I think agents have changed, like the instanced weekly raid mobs. It's probably one of the best things that EQ ever did, because these servers, you know, the proof is in the pudding, so to speak. It's so much healthier. The servers last so much longer. There's so many more guilds. Sometimes it doesn't feel like it because you don't interact with those guilds as much as you used to have to interact with them. But, I mean, there's just a lot more people playing. They play longer. People are generally happier about things. Yeah, it's big, right? It sucks because like in EQ, even if you want it to be like a casual open world guild, you can't really be like, okay, every night we log in at 7:30, we check open world targets, and at 8 we raid and we hit everything in open world. Because once people know that, your competition's like, okay, well, we just have to make sure we clear all the open world stuff by 7:30 every day, and we'll get all the open world crap. Oh man, we've got a ton of them like that, Grizzly. I think, you know, everyone who's been in a top guild has all kinds of crazy stories. One of my favorite raids ever was on Lockjaw. So, Khazak-Thul spawned, and all the golems and Draco were up. So 3 guilds on Lockjaw mobilized for it. Faceless, Insanity, Ascended Darkness, and Modest Man. We're all in Plane of Fear, messing around, clearing some stuff. You end up in a little face-off, Mexican standoff kind of situation, because this was after Mitigation of the Mighty, which means the mobs weren't super trivial. And with the golems and Draco up, if you touch CT, if you aggro him at all, he will just summon the golems to him and Draco. Like, they summon directly to his spot. You know, I know when you engage CT, all the undead walk over to him slowly. Hey, what's up, Brex? But when you have the golems up, they warp to him. So they're definitely going to be involved in the fight no matter what you do. And they death touch. Draco has his nasty AE and fear. So you have to take care of them. But whoever engages the golem or Draco, whichever one is last, is guaranteed to miss Khazak-Thul. Because as soon as you engage Draco, the other guild's going to jump on CT. They will tether for a while. They'll follow him around like a pet for about 20 minutes if you do what's called a death ball. Sometimes it bugs and they'll just be stuck like that, and you gotta like man mode it, and everyone binds in fear, and you just have to deal, you know, with some deaths. But we weren't in that situation. So we were kind of in this standoff scenario. Nice. 29 on the Shami. That's good, dude. So while we were all there, these 3 guilds, you know, there's some trash up. There's some other shenanigans going on. But we got those mobs up. While we're all there, Innerok spawns in Plane of Hate. So we got like 300 people in Plane of Fear. CT's right in front of us. And he pops. We're like, well, what do we do? We notice that some of the guys, I think it was Modest Man, we see them start porting up. Maybe it was AD. Maybe it was the other guild. One of the guilds starts porting up. We just assume they're going to Plane of Hate, right? When we see them poofing out. So we make the call for all of our casters to bind there. And we start forming groups, and we send everybody up to Plane of Hate. You could box on this server freely, so I took my 2 wizards up to Plane of Hate, while my monk stayed down in Plane of Fear. So we raced to Plane of Hate. The other guild had started mobilizing up there before us, but it didn't really impact us because they had to clear mobs. It just meant that we got to like kind of freely walk up to the point they had cleared too. We DPS race them on any and we win. But while we're doing this, we had to have a way to stop the other guild from getting a free and clear shot at CT. So they had a pool team working to bring the golems and Draco over and stuff. Every time I would see them get near Draco or one of the golems, I would stand up on my monk and throw a jav at CT, and then as it was about to hit him, I would feint death. The javelin would hit him, it would trigger his summon, and I would be feint death, so he'd have no target, so no one would get DT'd. But suddenly all the golems and Draco were right on top of him. I did this for however long it took us to come back. And their pool team would just keep getting death touched as this was going on. So we get back, we all, most of our casters gate back into Plane of Fear. Our wizards and druids poured us into Fear Otter, CT, and the melee all run there. And then we rush in. At that point, when I know we're mobilizing back, I let the other guild take the golems out, so only Draco is left. We just rush in, we grab CT. They drop Draco on us. We off-tank Draco, kill CT, get the kill, win the DPS race there. Then we kill Draco, and we get a belt from Draco as well. It was one of the most fun raids I've ever had. I'm just doing more challenges, Mr. Jones. I don't think I'll ever raid on Eridu. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know that Pallies specialize, Venetti. This is my first Paladin, so I'm not really hip to, like, Paladin meta. That's crazy. I didn't know there was a time when CT was inadvertently charmable. Shit, where's my guard? Sometimes the people who farm guards get a little motivated and they kill Captain Bosek for his rusty longsword for some reason. It would make sense, Alteration being our healing spell line. The only other thing would be like if you're really undead focused, you could go Evocation for the nukes. Oh man, harm touch proc. There was a time on TLP servers where mobs would accidentally, for whatever reason, they were bugged, and whenever they would have a harm touch, it would double harm touch. It made some mobs like Ghoul Lord, Lord Elgnub, and Lieutenant Daggerrock particularly lethal. Jeez, that's crazy. Yeah, I bet they procced all the time too. So P99 has a different death touch mechanic, right? Like once CT begins doing his death touch on P99, he will slowly rotate through every single person in the zone until the zone is clear. Is that how that works? The death touch cycle? I remember seeing guilds like tell everyone to camp out because someone had triggered CT to DT one time. Ah, okay. There's actually different kinds of death touch on TLP servers. You've got the classic Plane of Sky style DT, which like 32Ks you, I think. It's some huge amount, maybe it's 100K. And then you've got the kind that CT and Any have, which is different, only does about 10,000 damage. I think conceptually Death Touch makes sense for Divine Beings to have, especially Divine Beings like CT and Inrook. Though I know mechanically it's not really fun to play with. I always thought it would be cool if Death Touch was actually like even stronger, like he could more or less rapid fire DT if he wanted. But there was a quest you could do for some kind of item which would protect you or ward you against Death Touch. Like, it makes sense that if you're in the plane of a deity, he should just be able to pick you and say, you are dead. So you would have to find some kind of magical way to prevent him from killing you that way. Yeah, Brex, we're doing a solo self-found run, so all my items are totally acquired by myself. I can't buy items, I can't trade with players, I never group with players, I don't accept buffs from other players, and I don't port with other players, and this is permadeath. Yeah, we'll see. It could be that way in Pantheon, provided it releases. Oh, yeah, I saw that video. Yeah, I like the little climate system they have there. All of that stuff is just icing on the cake, you know what I mean? It really comes down to, like, is it fun to do what I'm doing right now in Pantheon? Because this is the core gameplay, right? This is what you'll find yourself doing probably most of the time. And I think the answer is going to be yes. I think it will be. At least if you enjoy this in EQ, you'll enjoy it in Pantheon, I think. I don't think it sets out to eliminate soloing any more than EQ does. It's a game which is largely focused on group play, though, you know, same as EQ. Like, if you can solo, you can solo. It's not designed to accommodate solo gameplay, but it's also not designed to specifically preclude it. That's my take on it. You're cutting me deep. Get lost, Greg. Matt, I don't think they've started alpha testing yet, but I'm sure if someone was involved in any of the testing, they'd have a non-disclosure agreement or something that prohibited them from talking about whether or not they're even testing. Duo at 34 on a Shaman and Ranger. Well, at 34, duoing with that class composition, the world is kind of your oyster, I would say. Do you want to be in a dungeon or outdoor? I think you'd get really good EXP doing that little camp in the top left of Soul B. What's it called? Window, where you're just farming the 32 to 36 kobolds. Ah, I see you're already there. It's packed, huh? You could probably do Deep Paw, just invis in a ways and go all the way to like the back, the judge executioner area. I'd say lower Guck, but I'm sure that's even more packed than Soul B is. Yeah, you gotta get Verena Tomb out of the way quick. Yeah, do you only want a duo, or are you just like, you'll duo, but if you find other people, you'll invite them kind of deal? Because if you're willing to group, you should definitely stick to dungeons and just kind of build the group as the opportunity arises. Okay, gotcha. I'm a big fan of farming static 6-minute respawn timer kind of mobs too. You could farm that Erudite Syndrila right outside of Plane of Fear, maybe? Oh, you might be able to do Spectres. Spectres might be good. In Fear just sit up on one of the Spectres. When you kill it, pull out the next one kind of deal. I'm not positive, Record, because I noticed, like, even as I'm trying to do it on this Pally, I noticed they nerfed a lot of them. Like, I was going to do that 6-minute, 30-second Bard in Paladin the other day, and he's on a 20-minute respawn timer now. Just like makes it pointless to kill him. I would say at 41, you can still do a few more levels solo on the Kanos Catacombs Spectres. And you'll get a few Dirks for your time there, so it won't be terrible. I don't know. I mean, on P99 I did those till like 44 on my Necromancer. Soloing here is much worse though, so. But you'll have 4 spawns there, and then you'll also have 3 Shadow Knight kind of Guildmaster NPC spawns that you can farm. If they're light blue in Ocean of Tears. Oh, the Ocean of Tears one, I think they might be lower level. Dude, every day that I do this run, I'm more and more confident that it is slower than P99 to solo. So he's got a weapon. I wonder if this is going to be bronze or fine steel. Looks like a short sword. Oh, maybe that's a long sword. Dude, it took me 6 days and 11 hours played time to get level 27. Solo. Yeah, Ferret guards are probably decent. Yeah, I did, but most of the item farming was like not like totally wasted on EXP. Some of it was, but not too much. Maybe it's just my class, but like I soloed a Necro to max level on green, and it was so much faster than this. I think at some point, if I don't die, we're gonna pick up a Necro and we'll do like a solo Necro run. We'll do like a solo self-found Permadeath Necro maybe and mess around. I think it'll be a little bit fun to take a break. I don't want to totally drop the Pally, of course, but I think if I try to do this for another 20 days played to hit 50, I'll go crazy. And then we'll have a much better comparison between like the feel of P99 versus TLP solo. Now, like I've said before on stream, there's no question that if you're grouping, TLP is way faster than P99. Like, huge, like 10 times faster. But I feel like soloing is slower. Yo, where'd he go? Looking for Captain Bosek here. Yeah, P99 doesn't have that huge group EXP bonus, that's for sure. So, since we've been soloing, there's been a lot of times where I've killed yellows. For much of this run, I've killed yellow NPCs, like sometimes 2 levels higher than me. And I don't think we've ever seen me get more than 2.5% EXP for one kill. That's funny, Riker. Maybe there is a solo cap, but like I tested the solo cap at the lower levels on in preparation for Air, and I found the cap to be 7% on TLP, 14% on live. Yeah, I know the mobs are harder. Now, I don't just like roll yellows, you know what I mean? I have to do some shenanigans. Like I could pull a yellow goblin here. I can fight him to 50 by rooting and blowing all my mana, healing myself, and then when he's at 50, I pull him to the guards, and the guards will kill him, and I'll get EXP for that. Because I did more damage than the guards did. But we'll still only get like 2.5%. Probably less now. Yeah, I wonder if at a certain level, the EXP cap drops down to 2.5%. I see you trying to trick me into cheating, Melkia. I see you. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy, right? I want to kill like a red, like something that's like 4 levels higher than me, just to see. I need to rebuff myself. Whoops. This is actually my highest level character. Like, this is my only not level 1 character on Air. After we do the 4th of July marathon stream, where we do 1 through 50 in one long shot, I'll have a character that I can mess around with a little bit more. Well, unless you guys vote for the delete. Oh yeah, yelping is super worth it, dude. The cast time is nothing, so it doesn't really impact me at all. Like, there's no downside to yelping. Its mana cost is 1. Yeah, 0.5 second cast time. Mana 1, so I gain more than that just like standing up. You know what I mean? It's actually impossible for me to run out of mana yelping. And it gives me strength and AC. What's up, Chinchilla? Squawka, thank you for following. Get Lost Greg, I did get server first 50 and delete it. If you'd like to watch the video, there it is, linked in the chat. Have I unlocked Bane Strike for goblins yet? I'm pretty confident that I must have, right? So I've killed 142. I think that's enough for Bane Strike. Yeah, there we go. Bane Strike 6. Oh, so they nerfed this this thing I'm doing with the guards right now, Riker? That's kind of cool. Hey Chinchilla, you check out this sweet fine plate armor we're rocking right now. We got the boots, we got our Nikes, our fine plate Nikes on, and some bracers. Well, High Keep Zem a couple months ago, like 6 months ago, was incredible, dude. But they recently changed the Zems, and now it's back to being like meh. When Green first launched, High Keep was insane. I did almost like all of 1 through 50 in High Keep. I see. So it was like artificially reduced to combat that issue. Unfortunately, right now on Air Dune, High Keep has a 0% Zem. Just flat, same as fighting in like North Kanos. Hey Gypsy, well we've kind of just been working on it since the beginning. It's more or less the only thing that we've spent any money on. To rush for Bandit early on, I did a lot of like Wisps, and I did the Putrid Ribbone quest and the Grizzly Bear Skin quest maybe like 100 times. That pretty much put me through Bandit. There was a huge gap where like I couldn't really do much because Bandit Trivial is pretty early here. So once I was close to Trivial on Bandit, I had to make this stuff, Ornate Chain Sleeves. Now, at first, I thought it was going to take a lot of platinum, a lot more platinum, but I found out that you can break down fine steel weapons into the ore that you make these sleeves out of, which makes them almost free to make. It takes like 5 plat per combine or something. So basically, we farmed a bunch of High Keep guards. I went from almost max ally to almost KOS. Farming High Keep guards, turned all their fine steel swords and stuff into the ore, and we just did a bunch of ornate chain helmets, I think, because it takes the fewest amount of ores. And that was what I've done recently. I did that from like, I don't know, what would we say? I did that from like 90 to 120. So by conventional standards too, my smithing is not high enough to do fine plate. Like let's check out my skill. After attempting the fine plate today, my smithing is 122. But I only have to make each piece one time. Yeah, you can break down items. So if you combine a fine steel weapon with a file, I want to say it's a file, it breaks it down into ore. It gives you 1 good ore and 2 like small ore. 3 of the small ore makes 1 good ore. 3 of the good ore makes the stuff you need to make your actual armor combines with. So it comes out to something weird, but every couple guards, you're able to do another smithing attempt. Right, yeah, it takes a while to file it down. But yeah, normally if you were going to make fine plate, your blacksmithing skill would be like 40 skill points higher than mine. But I could basically what I do is I get to where it's slightly possible for me to succeed, and I just occasionally take pot shots at it. Every now and then I succeed. But since I only have to do it once, it works. This morning we used 250 platinum, and we were able to successfully craft 1 bracer and 1 pair of boots. I want to say it took me about 200 platinum to be able to make a full set of banded. You do the first 20 skill points on your trainer, and then you make like lanterns until you're able to take some swings at banded. I feel like I get really lucky too. Like if you watched one of my VODs like 12 VODs ago, when I made my very first attempt at a banded male tunic, first combine, I was like 30 points under trivial. First combine, it just worked. So yesterday I was farming Guard Choppin in the 2nd floor. And dude, Tyrannus Lil was spamming this guy with Dark Empathy through the floor. It was so terrible to deal with. Uh-oh, DPS race time. Probably gonna lose. Oh, rip. That's not fair. There's plenty of decent solo options, Evil Kitten. As a mostly solo player, Necromancer, Mage, Druid, or Shaman are all great options. Even Cleric could solo up, though it's a little harder. Mage would be a little bit harder too, but the easiest 3 would definitely be Necro, Shaman, and Druid. P99 is a lot closer to the classic experience, but it's going to be a lot harder, like TDM-wise. There's a lot of nice quality of life features and everything on TLP servers that make it a little bit more newbie friendly. Yeah, and if you ever want to raid TLP, no question. Yeah, JC is like the most expensive trade skill out there, right? Hey, Evil Kitten, thanks for the follow. See, now when he gets to 50%, I just run him to the goblins. Yeah, I would say go TLP, and if you really love it, can't get enough of Classic, then try P99. Oh yeah, it's so much more fun. especially with pick zones and stuff, so many items are over farmed, so that like it's way easier to farm platinum to buy the item you want than it is to actually camp it in many cases. But there's a certain joy in camping an item yourself and, like, you know, earning it with your own hands, so to speak. You know, I know when you earn platinum and you spend it, you're still earning it with your own hands, but there's just something different about looting that flowing black silk sash or that cracked darkwood shield off the mob that you killed. Yeah, P99 is free if there's any financial considerations. Many of them are good. If I get Bosek aggro from this guy running, I'm toast. So I'm about 270 faction away from KOS, which is 11 kills, 11 more kills before I'm KOS. Well, I streamed, so I didn't stream yesterday at all, but the day before that I streamed in the morning, I think. I did a few hours in the morning, and then I played a lot that day. I played all day yesterday, just not on stream. Well, not all day, I guess like from the morning to midday yesterday. Basically doing what you're seeing here, killing goblins. And when goblins were camped, I'd kill guards. So I got 27 there, and check this out, Leok. We this morning we crafted fine plate boots and bracer. Alchemy, definitely. You can make mana regeneration pots and a bunch of other useful items with alchemy, and I think the mana regeneration pots are entirely from vendor bought items. So 110% go alchemy. If you're trying to be totally self-sufficient, it could be worth doing a little smithing just to make yourself some banded. Oh, what was that song? Zero? I'll paste the song title in the chat here for you. Yeah, you'll take a small hit on the charisma thing, but as long as you're indifferent or higher with the merchants you're selling to, it won't be that bad. Oh yeah, that'll be nice. Is an Opal Stein jewel crafting? Ah, okay. Honestly, this level is so much easier just having access to a better heal. Zygor, what's going on, dude? Welcome, welcome. Wondering if we should start looking at just heading over to Payneal. I don't know. Why am I still fighting this? Bosek, kill this goblin. Leok, I want to farm guards in Payneal. They're a little bit lower level, so I can farm them pretty reliably, and they're worth about 8 plat per kill. My favorite faceless to play with, I would say my favorite one was either Agnar or Test Server. So right now, the only thing barring us from making more fine plate attempts is the platinum. So I kind of want to farm plat quickly so I can try to get the arms done. Yeah, faceless on test was a lot of fun because we were like a truly casual guild and we sucked, but we still got to go through everything. Hey, Big Poopy there, what's going on, dude? Long time no see. Agnar was a wild ride, a ton of fun. Lockjaw was cool, but it was like very thick on the drama, which kind of taints the memory of it. Yeah, faceless. We had a really cool system there. Yeah, it was before instance raids. Oh, all those guilds were basically, except for Agnar. But on test, basically, like when we couldn't raid anymore on Vulak, I had just joined the military. I came out of boot camp, and I was, going through my schooling. I started the test guild. And on test, we did classic through House of Thule. But every summer, we would take a break from our self-paced progression, and we would go back to classic. And over the summer, we would run through classic up through pop again, and it was self-enforced, so we would like limit everything to try to emulate being on a progression server. Oh, okay. Well, good to see you, Dally. But yeah, around the time that we were hitting House of Thule, first our guild was really struggling at that point. Because like not a lot of people, we were only a couple expansions behind live. Not a lot of people were interested in coming backwards. Just like 4 or 5 expansions, you know what I mean, to raid. And also that was when they announced Ragefire and Lockjaw. So basically we just took the test guild and closed it down and started up the Lockjaw guild. I think they were both existing simultaneously for like maybe a month. I don't know, man. It's empty today. Everyone's at work. Then the Lockjaw Guild existed all the way through the existence of the Agnar Guild. And all the way through up to Cello launch. Fuker, I don't really have a guide. We're kind of just winging it. Maybe I should write a guide or do like a little video going over basics and stuff. Though my route there is like my normal grinding route, not the SSF route, so don't be fooled. Hey, I bet you guys never noticed this. Some poor Froglock is a trophy here in High Keep. Yeah, it definitely would vary a lot by your racing class combination. I kind of want to stay not KOS, just so I can keep doing the goblin trick for a little bit longer. We're kind of on the borderline now. I think we said we have like 20 or 10 kills before we go KOS. Honestly, I don't even want to kill this guy. I just wanted his sword. I should just run around disarming all the guards. Oh, so I found a small exploit yesterday. If you're fighting an NPC and you disarm it, it will not run when it's low on health, under any circumstance. I've only confirmed it works in High Keep because that was the only zone I was grinding in, but I would suspect it works everywhere. Oh yeah, I certainly don't think it's intended. Alright, back to South Kanos we go. Let's do this. Before that, if they get disarmed at any point during the combat, they will never flee. Rip, forgot to turn in this ear. Hey, good morning, Oin. Is there a place where I can reliably sell if I farm Peniel guards? I assume not, right? I'll have to run back to Airden. I guess in Tox there's probably a vendor I could use. Yeah, Druid Ring vendor is probably my best bet. Just wondering how many bags I should bring. Alright, we've skilled up a little bit and more in Nolish. Let's try to read our Tan Splitpaw skin. Fear not, my brethren, we have taken that some aid we shall blah blah blah. It seems like this message changes a lot every time I gain a skill. Like it doesn't even look like the same message at all. It was easier to read when my skill was worse, as far as deciphering goes. Oh, you know what? Look at this guy. Look at this wanted man. If you see this man, let me know. As a paladin, I'm obliged to kill him. I might have enough plat to do one Vambrace attempt here. I need 2 blocks of medium quality ore in a Vambrace mold. Oh right, this guy's corrupt, I forgot. There are some innocent ogres, sir. Tin Soldier, the most poorly advertised business in Kanos. What is full plate? Used to craft electrum plate armor, far water plate, gold full plate. It looks like it's exactly the same. AC is, oh no, it's 3 AC better than my fine plate. Huh, fascinating. Not classic. All right, we're gonna get our attempt in. I gotta go get my smithing hammer. What do you guys think? Are we gonna successfully craft these plate van braces or no? Yeah, maybe it's Boomba the Big for all this price gouging. All right, Big Chinchilla, betting on success. I like it. Hey, good morning, VGFX. How's it going, dude? Oin, my skill level is 122. It will take a lot of luck to be successful. Oh, whoops, I gotta make the sheet first. Oh, come on. It's like, dude, I failed the sheet. The trivial skill for making a sheet is like 36. You lose your smithing hammer if you fail to craft a metal sheet on P99. That's dumb just conceptually. Try to craft a sheet, mess up the sheet, hammer snaps. I feel like we need a really fast way to make 16 plat. Cause like now I'm like dead set on crafting this. Hey, Viral Ostrich. Yes, this is a new progression server. It's only been out for like 2 or 3 weeks now. Thank you for the follow, Viral Ostrich. Appreciate it, man. Hope you enjoyed the content here. We are doing a solo self-found Permadeath Paladin 1 through 50. We are technically halfway there, though actually not even close. Fuker123, thanks for the follow. So I'm trying to think of a place that I could quickly farm up 15 plat. But I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, I guess I'll just go to Payneal and get it over with. I could kill Lieutenant Arthur and steal his shield. Now he would wreck me. I'm thinking of something like within 2 zones of me, basically, since I'm right here. Payneal will give me 8 plat per kill, so I'll just go do that real quick. Dude, I hate this guy. If you make an Erudite Necromancer, this guy is like the bane of your existence. He walks all the way out there to the docks, so you've got to jump off and swim into the aqueducts from the boat. Yeah, bandits would be 5 plat per belt on average. Yeah, the guards are KOS. They're threatening by default. Man, it's like foggy out here. But he walks right to the edge of the docks, which makes him a problem. And even once you kill a bunch of gnolls and you're good with everybody else in the city, Gash Flockwalker is still KOS to you. See if they sell that ore here just in case. They don't. Yeah, medium quality sheet's not sold by vendors. You got to craft it out of the block of medium quality ore. Dude, that would have been crazy if I just got 10K'd. You never know with EverQuest. There's always a chance. Yeah, Plane of Sky is really buggy. I think Antonian Javelins are in, yeah. But you have to craft any kind of, like, I don't think any vendor sells the medium quality folded metal sheets. You can buy medium quality metal sheets, but the folded ones have to be crafted. I think there's some small amount of risk for me in this zone. Like, there's a few high-level wandering erudite NPCs that could maybe be KOS. Ooh, look at these new Fire Beetle models. Honestly, it's not a terrible model. Hey, catch you later, Brex. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Hey, good morning, Bobby. No, I'm going to farm guards, I hope. Hey Nils, these are a pair of fine plate Nikes I'm rocking. I have successfully crafted one fine plate boot and one fine plate bracer. We might have had arms, but moments ago I failed 36 trivial combine. And so now I've got to farm more plat before I can even attempt the arms again. Hey Bobby, you want to do a static group with me on the 4th of July? I may have one open slot. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna like farm the minimum amount and go back and reattempt it. Since I ran out here, I'm just gonna fill up my bag basically. A mage. Or, yeah, probably a mage. We'll have a 76% EXP bonus, so it should only take like 25, 26 hours. Yep, 76% for 1776. I feel like my life is in mortal peril just being here. It hasn't been officially announced yet, but every other year it's been a 76% bonus. $16 people in here. So these guards are level 10, but I'm pretty sure they hit for like 100 damage, right? I'm sure the elevator counts as an object. I could probably just disable it. Hopefully we can piggyback on someone. You guys think I could jump down to Yale's room and origin out before I died? Hey, Dresden, good morning. Imagine if I got that run bug right now where I just auto run. Nothing could stop it. Oh, it's not Bobby. Thank you, not Bobby. Am I gonna die as soon as I get down here? I've got serious concerns. Is this gonna interrupt my casting? It doesn't. Oh, trolled. It looks like something's pulling not Bobby up through the ceiling here. He's not bad, a little beefy for level 15. Do these guys drop a key, or can you only get the key via the hail? Happy to see there is some goodwill in the chat. I feel like this is the most paladin thing I could do. I've invaded the city of the heretics, and I'm cleansing it. Yeah, it would have been good. Ooh, a dark blue one. Yeah, I think that'd be cool, Bobby. I am already encumbered. It took 2 kills to encumber me. There's a lot that they could do pretty easily to make a lot of improvements to like the depth of classic EQ. I mean, it's already a great base game, but I think there's a lot of easy improvements as well. Yeah, if we get a bad pull, we are going to click our DA idle and /Q and pray. Right? Dude, I can't believe that happened. EQ math is like a little fuzzy because it knocked me down to negative 25 HP, but I popped right back up. This is scary. Level 11 scowls at me, okay. Oh, I disarmed him. These guys don't give any faction hits. Oh yeah, they do. Plus Deepwater Knights, mostly good faction. So Bobby, we found out that if you disarm an NPC, it will not flee. I don't know if you already knew about that one. The best doesn't matter, but the consensus is that Troll is the coolest. But yeah, typically Ogre is considered the best. I assume these are like a 20-minute or 18-minute respawn timer. My rule of thumb is if it can be a troll, you should be a troll. Yeah, the money's from vendoring the weapon and the shield. Probably like 8 plat total. Oh, I see another guard there. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Oh, hey, it's not Bobby. It's like a bunch of low-level citizens in here. We'll met up a bit and see what the respawn timer's like before we commit to going too much further in. Yeah, rip halfling bonus, warrior bonus, rogue bonus. Now you basically never see halfling warriors. It used to be like every warrior was a halfling on TLP servers until they hit 50. Then they all anamorphed into ogres. But is that just your druid, Bobby? Like, is that the only druid you've seen? You should jump back in. Dark Elf Wizard, it'll be fun. Good morning, good morning. We're here cleansing Payneal of all the heretic scum. It looks like I'm going to be able to hit full mana before this respawns, so we'll want to go all the way down and tag those 2 extra guards. So our guard cycle will be 5 guards. On Eridune versus Mangler. Mangler is in Gates of Discord now, I think. So Eridune is limited to Fedor, Otis, and Antonica. The Warrens and Stonebrute Mountains are not open. Khazak Thul and Pa are not revamped. Focus effects are not in. And classic raid targets still have Mitigation of the Mighty and Mark of the Old Ways and Presence of the Mighty buffs. Okay. But yeah, it's mostly just a content difference in focus effects until Gates of Discord comes out. Also, once Gates of Discord opens, Mangler will get an EXP bump. It'll be faster. Right now, I believe that they are the same rate. Minion, I don't really have any class guides. Do you mean like just in general or like solo self-found? I think every TLP since Cornav has had focus effects removed until Lucklin. On one hand, any change that makes it a little bit more challenging I think is good. On the other hand, focus effects were like a really cool part of itemization and kind of plotting your gear progression as a caster in Classic. Gear seems really irrelevant to casters now with no focus effects in. Dude, I don't know if my my heart rate thing showed a spike, but I felt a spike when she walked in. Hey, Cascrack, yeah. I think I'm going to do a Necromancer sometime soonish. I don't know if it'll be solo, maybe I'll duo. with someone. And on the 4th of July, we are going to do a static group 1 through 50, like power grind. So you'll get to see like one long grind session that way. Yeah, so Mod Wolf, there's these things called focus effects, which were introduced in Lucklin. It'll be like, for instance, Improved Healing 1 says that your heals will heal for 10% more up to level 10. Something to that effect. That's kind of the gist of it. And so you get to a situation where you want to prioritize focus effects for the raw efficiency of using them over just like shooting for mana or int or whiz. I haven't played every class to max level. I'm trying to think of what classes I've done to max. I've played a lot of classes at max level. Then of course it's like, what do we count as max level? Like, is it 50? Is it 60? Is it 115? But to quote max level, I've done Necromancer and Monk. Maybe that's it. And Mage. Necromancer, Monk, and Mage. That might be the only 3 classes I've played 1 through 50 every level of the way. Different items have focus effects. Some classic items retroactively had focus effects applied to them, but others, just come out naturally with them. So like the Moonstone Ring has a focus effect called Extended Range. So when you want to cast a spell, normally if your target is too far away, it says, hey, so-and-so's too far away, can't cast on them. Well, if you have a Moonstone Ring on and you're casting a spell of the appropriate level, you might have 10% increased range. Yeah, I love dungeon crawls. I could be a little bit more crazier, like more dungeon crawly. And we do go to dungeons, but we kind of stick within running distance of the zone line. But if this wasn't permadeath, we could try like really dumb stuff. Yeah, I'm really running a lot slower. I'll have to like strafe run. Oof. Yeah, definitely a big cushion on the respawn time here. Hey, Wilgen, thanks for the follow. So I had a friend who, his name was Adventuring on this server. He was playing a Ranger, doing the same play style that I'm doing. I guess his Ranger died in the mid-20s, so he re-rolled another Permadeath character. He is a Cleric now, and it's leveling way faster than the Ranger or this Paladin have leveled. P99 does not have focus effects. They never hit Lucklin, so they would never unlock them. Yeah, they come out in Lucklin Mod Wolf. It would be cool if they added them, but I would be surprised if they did. Cast Crack, thank you for the follow. So if you guys are just tuning in for the first time here and catching us, this is like episode 21 or 22 of this little adventure of ours. We've got a bunch of VODs for the previous ones, but to go all the way back to the first episode now, I think you would have to catch my YouTube channel, which is linked over here in the About Me section. And you can start all the way from 1 if you really want to buckle in for 6 days worth of boring videos. Yeah, the pet focuses are a little bit different. The 4 mage pet focuses and the Encyclopedia Necrothurgia from Plane of Hate for the Necromancer all existed during the classic timeline. But those simply made your pets stronger. Yeah, he's been sitting in Ocean of Tears on the Undead Island for a while, Liak. He's got that. So he got the second Undead nuke. I think they get it in like the low 20s or the teens. It does 112 damage, and I don't get that till level 30. So he's just cruising with that thing. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool focus effects. Like improved damage is a big one. So like big for nukes, right? They have enhanced affliction or whatever for better dots. They've got extended dots. They've got extended range. They've got extended buffs. They've got mana preservation, which is huge. So spells will cost less mana. Though some spells are exempt, like complete heal is not affected by mana preservation. Yeah, he's soloing on a cleric, but he's crushing it. I mean, you got to think about it. Like, Pally melee DPS is already so terrible. Cleric melee DPS isn't great, but it's not a whole lot worse than Pally DPS. Yeah, dude, level 13, that's nuts, man. That's more damage than I put out right now at 27. So at 30, when we get that new nuke, we'll head over to Unrest, we'll get ourselves some Bloodstained Shoulders, and we'll cruise. Some focus effects made their way onto classic raid items. Specific things like Polished Mithril Mask from Magus Rokal is improved damage 3. There's an improved... No, it's improved damage 2, right? ID 3 is on Lady Vox, the White Dragon Scale Cloak. And then Draco Lich's belt, that one that bards always cry about, is Affliction Efficiency, or Burning Affliction, right? Is Burning Affliction 3. Yeah, they added like mana pres to that necklace from Runny Eye, Blackened Iron, Blackened Alloy Medallion. And I think Main Attraction has mana pres as well. Yeah, Riker, we're still waiting on the very first respawn here. Yeah, that would have been cool. If spells scaled off of Int and Wiz a little bit more, similar to how strength and damage are linked. We'll look for some more guards, but man, we are really pushing our luck here. Oh, this guy's a white con. Probably want to avoid him. I don't know, man. This is pretty sketch. One critical fail on this. Oh yeah, fail like that. That's not good. Ooh, that root wore off fast. Interrupt. I think we can manage this. We have lay on hands up, as long as we don't get any more ads. redo this. Oh shit, wrong one. Oh well, he's almost dead. I disarmed that other guy. I don't want to lose that sword on the ground. This guy doesn't have a lot of health, so that's good. Relative to his level. Like a high keep guard even con would take a lot more damage. Not Bobby's gonna train me. The heart rate's up. I am super encumbered. We'll see. I actually haven't been trained yet, surprisingly. I've got one more heal in. Maybe I do. To get the net regeneration gains, I might have to not use Yelp for a little bit. I saw Chronos going for 2600 when I was in Common Lands running through to High Keep. Right? No FOH trains. Rip, fizzle myself out of mana there. All my buffs were off. Whew. Where does sword go? I disarmed him. There it is. What's up, Scorn? We're still going strong here. Almost died just now, though. A little close. It was tense. You never know. You could get like a bad round when you're in that like 10% range, and you could just get deleted. So lay on hands becomes like not a factor. Or an ad could just be a huge issue. Yeah, mobs don't pick their weapons up after disarm. Did they used to do that? Yeah, Scorn, that's a legit heart rate monitor. We're getting back down there. We're getting back down. People were telling me that I can get sit regen while binding my wound. But if you watch the videos, I feel like I almost never actually finish combat below 50%, just maybe out of being cautious, you know what I mean? So the opportunities I have to use bind wound, I feel like are a little rare. Oh, did it? I didn't even see that, Sever. I didn't know it spiked like that. That's crazy. A couple days ago, I joined the good old Purple Club. Yo, she's kind of healthy. There's a link in chat now of me when I went Purple Club in PAW the other day. This could be really bad. It's pretty much a guaranteed lay on hands use, I think. I knew she would path back through here eventually, I just wasn't sure when. I was hoping she would use like the other staircase and I wouldn't get aggro. Right? That Rude was so lucky, so clutch. Yeah, I can only bind wound up to 50 as a pally. Literally fizzled into no mana. Clip it and ship it. Oh, man. That was crazy. That was crazy. That's what I'm talking about, from like above 10% to just on the ground. I think I lay on hands out of the purple, right? Maybe I didn't. It happens so fast, it's hard to tell. Also, why is he kicking my ass right now? He's about to like kill me again. In his last 10%. All right, we're gonna roll out here before anything dumber happens. We'll go sell, do some combines, and come back. Oh, that was tense, guys. The early levels on solo can be a little rough because you don't have your abilities, you know what I mean? I need to sit for a second. Yeah, you're probably right, Nils. It's probably because my agility is... Yeah, my agility is 39. So I have a huge AC penalty. I'm sure there's a clip, Bobby. Or we'll make a clip out of the VOD if we have to. My heart rate spiked to triple digits. Yeah, I could probably camp the Millers for a long time. It's a big spot on P99 too. Yeah, you can put things on the ground in game. We can go back in the VOD and clip it. I'm pretty sure someone did it for the paw thing when it happened in paw. Otherwise, we'll have the actual VOD. I can export it to YouTube and stuff anyway. Man, I can't believe it happened again. Though that's crazy. Did anyone see how far in the negative we were there? Nice, there we have the clip. Thanks, the Ock. There's something weird about going purple, because Paw put me to negative 25, and my next regen tick picked me back up. Yeah, of course, right? Yeah, it looks like only -7 on that one. Quote only. I feel like that's what always happens with higher level purples. Oh, whoops. Like, it doesn't make you actually sit there and lay down for the whole 45 HP of regen or whatever it is that you need. Cass, I can't do the Temple of Roquest because I can't enchant Platinum for myself. Another fail, dude? Are you serious? 36 trivial, 122 skill. 2 fails this morning. Right? Alright, back at it. Gonna bring some healing potions this time. Yeah, better failure than death. The percent chance is really small, right? Is it 5% or is it less than 5% to fail on a triv? Hmm. 5% is honestly kind of a big margin. To think that you could fail on something that you're like 100 points beyond. Ah, interesting. I think we're like 45 skill below the arms, so we might be working with a 5% chance of success when we try to make those. The armor from Soul A, I mean, farming it would be really challenging for me right now. Like, Charred Guardian Breastplate is both permacamped, and the mob would 1v1 me, no problem. I think there's, what, Charred Boots and Charred Gauntlets? I don't think I could get those either. Thank you for the clips. Yeah, CJ, this is or SPJ. This is all solo, all self-found, and permadeath. I can, under no circumstances, can I trade, group, get ports from, or buffs from other players. Here's the 10K. Well, not this time, folks. I mean, like, maybe I could set for, but it seems kind of sketch. Seems like it would be against the spirit of the intended rule set. Though I made, you know, I'm making up the rules basically, so it's really up to me. I'd still have to kill sand giants. My armor is already better than bronze for the most part. Like my legs are, I think my legs are 1 AC worse than bronze legs, but they're significantly lighter than bronze, so I'm just going with those until I go up to fine plate. My boots and one of my bracers is fine plate. I'm gonna keep this bracer even when I go up to fine plate because 5 strength. My BP is worse than bronze. No, I think it's 1 AC below bronze, but 5 strength, 5 stamina. I'm not even gonna replace this with the plate BP, I don't think. Plate BP is only 19, so what is 3 AC versus 5 strength, 5 stam? Yeah, I farmed a bunch of fine steel and broke it down for ore to do the ornate combines to skill up. Yeah, Dark Forge is easier, but I'd have to go. You gotta kill, what, Crusaders, right? Crusaders in Khazak Thul for Dark Forge. They're pretty tough. But I mean, a sand giant, you know what I mean? It's just a huge risk. Schwankadank, thanks for the follow. Dude, I'm gonna have like PTSD about Peniel guards now. I'm gonna have like a dream about it tonight. There you go. I got you on the darkness. Yeah, healers in CT in general are a big nuisance. If they just found a way to go back and make it so that mobs would not heal other mobs if they weren't also in combat, it would actually make a lot of classic dungeons a lot more bearable, a lot more popular, like Permafrost and CT, for example. I know nothing about how hard it would be to implement something like that. I assume since they never did it, it would be very challenging. Nice, Village Bikes. Big congrats on that, dude. Yeah, Setford, you're probably right. Yesterday I had to deal with the stupid necromancers in High Keep healing through the floor, healing guards. Tyrannus Lil was using Dark Empathy. Wow, that's crazy. Well, it's because each part requires 2 dropped items, right? And there's so many items that one mob type can drop. It's like, it's a total roll of the dice on what you get. Yeah, only 23 levels. The slow 23, though. Cow, cow, cow. Thanks for the follow. Oh, Jim Jones. Thank you for the sub. Very much appreciated, dude. I need my boy, not Bobby, to exit. I was going to say in OOC that I need to cleanse the heretics from the city, but someone would definitely train me. Thank you for following. Not sure how I pronounce your name. I think it's Tsu? I wonder if I'd have more luck in the pick zone. Fewer people, so it seems like it would be worse. Kaz, I did not play on Fippy. I did play on Vulak, though, which was like the sister server to Fippy. Yeah, I'd have to like strafe and throw daggers all day on the rogue. Thank you, whoever not Bobby is. Kunark is a little over 2 more months. Hey, Hirokiru. Someone else here to farm guards? Yeah, it was a nightmare, man. The MacroQuest harm touch stuff really had a huge negative impact on those servers, unfortunately, early on. We're back. Need to make more plat. Yeah, it was funny. You could make characters named Severeless, and you could make pets named Trachanon. That guard that we killed right before we left, I think, is just natively not up yet. Uh-oh. Did we lose our shield? We lost our shield. Thanks, Dark Edge. See you later, dude. Good luck with the druid. I'm not playing on Sela right now, but the guild is still going strong. They've got 2 full raid forces they're clearing all current content with. We gotta do a quick camp and relog to get our shield back. Every now and then, if you are bandoliering your items, the moment a mob dies and you've got auto loot on, it tries to put 2 items in the same slot, and one of those items loses. And it's usually your shield that loses. But when I log out and log back in, it'll just appear like in my inventory or on my cursor. I hate that I have to click enter world twice now. And there we go, it's back. Yeah, as long as you don't have items on auto loot, it won't impact you at all. But since I put these swords and shields on auto loot, it's going to occasionally happen here. I just have to try not to kill them right at the same time that I'm bandoliering. Like, basically, if my bash sequence is what deals the final blow, there's a really good chance it'll happen. Definitely Gornair, in my opinion. Oh yeah, definitely. The Eula thing. I don't even look at a single word of it anymore. Oh, good call, Chinchilla, thanks. I wasn't paying attention. Alright, don't fail. Nice. I'm already encumbered. This stuff weighs a ton. On P99, there's a dude who sits in Rivervale. It's like a level 5 halfling character, and he will buy all your fine steel stuff, like your shields and your stuff from the guards, for like just a little bit less than what they sell for. That way, the people who are KOS can easily exchange their items. Yeah, that aggro radius was huge, especially for a green. Yeah, Frank, we're in Payneal. We've already gone Purple Club once this morning. And we're rocking 2 pieces of fine plate. This guy was still soothed from earlier. That third one I didn't bother to soothe because I knew I was pulling him. Soothe just wore off this guy. Alright, so that one in the middle just lost his soothe, so I think when I walk in, as soon as he gets line of sight on me for the next pull, he'll just come charging too. Yeah, it's nice, man. It lasts for a minute. Not literally a minute, but actually longer, literally, than a minute. This guy's gonna get tough because I'm starting to eat that AC penalty already. And he is level 25. Last one was 27 when we fought him, so it'll be a little bit easier than that. These guys don't have a lot of HP. If more of them were like this guy's level range, it would actually be a really sweet EXP spot. This guy's probably going to put me at 30% EXP into my level when he dies. Unless he's got a negative EXP mod I wasn't checking. Yeah, Nabi, I'm here for Plat, trying to finish up some fine plate armor today. Maybe it'll be worth it to just do some more scaling up on like the boots or something before I try arms. Or the bracer. The bracer only requires one piece of metal to do. Nah, I only need one bracer. I want to keep the bracer of Arola C for the 5 strength. I weigh 200 pounds already. I'm doing that RP walk. I better stay down here until I'm full HP so the Terminator up there doesn't kill me. Wow, that guy actually did not give any EXP. Even though he was blue, I didn't get any EXP for that. That's strange. Yeah, so don't farm here for EXP. Nabi, I just Origin. Last time I just Origin, but I could probably just walk into Talks. Well, I don't have a key to the elevator, so yeah, I'll just Origin and go sell. Yeah, so then I guess they don't give any EXP at all. That's crazy. Wormican, I would say Soul B is great. I think there are key rings in Classic now. Right, it was almost the exact same thing repeated. Mid-30s, you could do Spectres, either in Firot, South Row, or Kano's Catacombs, or even Ocean of Tears, would all probably be good EXP. You could do Soul B. You could probably do Deep in Khazak-Thul. You can probably do Deep in Paw as well. Yeah, I'll probably try Minotaur Hero before I do the Ghoulbane. Once we finish up this fine plate, all of our plat is going to be going into rubies to try to get in Evander's Hoop. Just rubies in faction with Linuga. I've got to kill something like 25 Slayer Captains or Troll Slayers to improve my faction enough to do the turn-in. And then from there, yeah, it's just luck. Could take me 1 ruby, could take me 100 rubies. It's just like a wandering troll mob in Inithol. Yeah, Solo Ghoulbane is going to be wild. I wish it would improve my faction with the merchants. Oh yeah, it is. I don't remember the exact launch date offhand. Someone in chat probably knows. We're coming up on a month though. I think next week we hit a month. Clambassador, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think it was 27. What level are you now, Dark Edge? What's up, Fat Matt? Ah, there you go. You're just gonna keep getting stronger and stronger, pretty much, until you go to a raid. We're just working on platinum right now. Farming these guards for the shield and sword. We've had some close calls, but we're using this plat to fund our fine plate adventure. Yeah, it's a pretty good spot. I think Felwith is a little bit better. Felwith is probably a lot better, actually, but I think the Felwith guards lay on hands, which could probably be a little bit annoying. Ah, I see. Yeah, I only do like the sets at the entrance, basically. What level is he, Frank? I can't kill him yet. They're on your account, so no matter which character you're on, as long as you're on that account, it'll appear in your little chrono thing here. It can take some time for the chrono to appear, especially if it's the first time you've purchased chrono in a while. When I say some time, I mean it could take like up to 24 hours. I think it's a little bit of both, Space Sway. Last night, I was logging in around prime time, and there was only like a 3-minute queue. Maybe somebody killed these and I just missed it? Jeez, look at my stupid movement speed. Can I parcel items to myself? Can I use this parcel vendor? Oh, I use a soul binder, never mind. I was gonna say I could just parcel these all to myself and then keep doing that forever. It sucks waiting for your chrono, but just, yeah, I guess I did miss that one. Just rest assured that every day chrono gets a little bit more expensive, so by waiting, you're really just going to get a little bit more bang for your buck. No, it's not too late to swap to Air from Rizlona. Definitely not. What makes you consider swapping, Admiral? Dude, every time there's a thread talking about anything bad about Air, someone jumps in the thread and is like, you wouldn't have this problem on Rizlona. I think now is a great time to come over to Air. There's still a lot of people, still a lot of low levels leveling up. You're probably going to catch a wave of people leveling up alts and boxes too. And we're about to have an EXP bonus in just a little while on the 4th of July. Hey, Scuzzbucket, thanks for the follow. So 4th of July EXP bonus will be a great time to power through those last levels too. Right? Yeah, I'll check. How do I, what, just like who all LFG, right? The request was cut short. Too many people to list them all. Even just 1 through 30, it's cut short. Oh, the LFG tool, okay. In my level range, there are 14 people looking for a group. I tell you guys, I like never do pickup groups, so I don't know the first thing about how the LFG tool works. All right, we gotta go south. This is crazy. Watch me take like 10k just from like slight falling damage as I pop into South Kanos with Origin. How do you guys see 115? Like, what would I do to get the exact number? Oh, okay. Oin, I don't know that I have friends so much as I have people who will relent when I ask them enough times, because they know I won't stop. Yeah, Frank, that's the negative charisma gear I took off. Got a min-max trying to get that plate. Hey, yep, BJ. Oh, rebounded off the wall. So many lost frames. All right, here we go. Well, hopefully we don't fail like right on the sub combine first. Here goes nothing. Rip. Oh, we're at 123 now. Hey, I like that you Notice the yelp. Ooh, specific lore request. Sorry, I missed that. My favorite race in Classic has got to be Troll. Specific lore on Payneal. I'm not super knowledgeable on Payneal. I mean, I know that they went there to practice necromancy, and there was the whole war. I know that like side of the story, but I don't know much about Payneal after that. I could pop out a story about the skeleton bard in Payneal. Bobby, I'm not really interested in New World, nah. I think it's just gonna be like a Mick MMO, you know what I mean? After this combine, I'll do a little Payneal lore snippet here. Time to bring out the big guns. Reckless Strength. Another fail combination. All right. Okay, sorry about the delay there. I had to dig out my book, the old school Prima's official strategy guide, Everquest: The Ruins of Kunark, which has a nice little lore tidbit from Peniel. So while I was digging through my box of EverQuest books, my wife said, "You're being attacked," and I came sprinting back, only to be like, "Wait, there's nothing that's going to attack me in South Kanos." All right, we've got it. Look for Kelkarn in Peniel. This is a true tale, and one the bards tell only to other bards. It's not to be told to scare the kiddies around the campfire ere they're tucked in on a midwinter night. This is a true horror, my young friend, and it could have happened to you as easily as to poor Kelkarn. 100 years ago, Kelkarn was a bard of some skill. Not one of the great ones, not yet, anyway, but a fine performer and a particularly promising composer. He wandered the plains of Karana, honing his craft and playing for his supper. One day he was caught out in a great and sudden storm. The only shelter he could find was a wagon, wherein he was greeted by an ancient crone with a shrouded face. Hearing he was a bard, the old woman asked Kelkarn to listen to a piece she had begun, but never finished. As a gracious guest, he could not refuse. The hag produced a magnificent lute, all inlaid with opal, and played for Kelkarn a strange and wild piece like nothing he had ever heard. When she stopped playing, she told Kelkarn that the opal lute could be his, if he but finished the piece. Innocently, Kelkarn accepted the commission. Poor unknowing fool. Was he somehow singled out for this cruel, infernal jest? Or was it mere happenstance that brought the curse upon him? None may ever know. If I were spinning a tale to frighten yokels, the next bit would be long and blood-curdling. But you're a brother in the craft, so I'll tell you straight. The song drove Kelkarn quickly mad. He conceived the notion that the only way to ever finish it would be to pay for his inspiration in blood. Many innocent folk died slow and horrid deaths at Kelkarn's hands, their blood spilled in the service of his hellish song. Did he finish the song? Oh, aye, he did. He finished it on the very night that the city folk found him and captured him and carried him off to die for his crimes. In his cell, awaiting the gallows, Kelkarn was visited by the selfsame hag who had first cursed him, come to pay her unholy debt. She appeared from a shadow, gave him the foul loot she'd promised, and vanished again. Kelkarn played till dawn, wildly and constantly repeating the song that had doomed him. None dared approach his cell until the music stopped. When they did, they found naught but a pile of bloody bones. The music had flayed the very flesh away from Kelkarn's body. When they gathered the bones, they found them all to be made of glistening opal. They buried the bones in a secret place, and the evil lute along with them. If this were the end of the tale, it would be awful enough, but there is a coda. The bones of Kelkarn were found and stolen, and his soul was ripped from its otherworldly fate. Today, a glistening skeleton, Kelkarn plays in an inn called Shackled Spirits in Paniel. He is still mad, though restrained from violence by the magics of his masters. It is said he speaks only in rhyme. It was a foul deed, and I do not wish to speak further of it. I hope you enjoyed your little tidbit there about Paniel lore. Sorry if I missed any other big questions or anything while I was reading that, by the way. So I wonder if like the authors of the Prima strategy guide simply made that up, or if that was something like authorized through the EQ lore team. I wonder if you can kill him on P99 though. Maybe he drops something special. I suppose they would need to have the data from live. Paniel purge commencing. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of like fake stat information in there. If you look, they have this huge bestiary in the back of the Prima official strategy guide, and they give like specific stats for every mob, including like like a centaur has 85 strength. Yale drops Earthshaker. Nortlav is the scale keeper. He's basically like an alternate method for paladins to get their scales. Well, paladins, warrior. Wait, paladins, they don't need scales. It's like the alternate method for warriors and bards to get scales. Does he only drop red scales, or does he drop white ones as well? Yeah, see, that way when your guild is asking what you should do with the red dragon scales throughout Classic, just say, we're going to make red dragon scale armor with it, and people can farm Nortlav later on to get their epics. Well, you can get green ones from Hoshkar. That's pretty easy, right? I think the red dragon scale armor is pretty good in Classic, isn't it? No, I didn't. In Era, I was like the ultimate of scrubs. I never made it to level 50 during Classic. I would always quit in the 40s. I think it would have been cool if it wasn't a quest to get red dragon scale armor, but it was like rather a pinnacle of trade skill in Classic. You know what I mean? Like someone who's like master blacksmith could do some stuff with the red dragon scales to make the red dragon scale armor. And likewise, they should have continued that with all the other scales and stuff. Of course, Vox used to drop. Wait, these spires look kind of weird. They didn't always look like that, right? Very confident that these are like revamped spire models. But yeah, they should have done that. There should have been like green dragon scale armor and stuff like that. It would have been really cool. Dude, they actually ruined Kara Isle by merging these two zones because now Kara Isle has an outdoor Zem. And like in Classic, Vox didn't drop hides. She only dropped the scales, and you could use the scales to get the white dragon scale cloak. It was only later that they threw the hide on there so people could still get the cloaks. But they never did the same for Nagafin. Standing on the edge gives me like the heebie-jeebies. Hey, good morning, Pope. How's it going, dude? Whoa, whoa, I'm not asking for help, really. I'm looking to piggyback. So for when I'm doing like a leveling marathon, my meals are usually it's usually like some form of egg based meal for some good protein, and I do mac and cheese. I try to prepare, either me or my wife will prepare food in advance. We'll do like this big baked mac and cheese thing that will pretty much feed me for 3 days, eating nothing but the mac and cheese. And then we do like a scrambled egg and cheese casserole. I don't know if that's like the right word. It's like we make all the scrambled eggs. It's like 9 eggs and then some cheese, and then we take crescent rolls. But instead of like peeling them apart and rolling them like you would to make crescent rolls, we just lay it like a sheet of dough. We put the eggs in the middle and we wrap it all up in like a bun and bake it. So it's like a big egg submarine. That's crazy, Leok. I didn't know about that story. Sorry about that, debaser. Hey, congratulations, man. That's huge. Nice. Yeah, I'm going to be shooting to lose like 10 or 20 pounds myself after this quarantine is lifted a little bit more. I mean, like, I've started going on runs again, but for a long time I wasn't running at all. Especially like, basically like from March until June, I didn't run at all. So it was like 3 months off. Oh yeah, I use caffeine big time. So if I'm like going super hardcore and really trying to push hard, what I'll do is like the whole month before I won't have any kind of caffeine or like any sugar or anything like that. I'll eat super clean. And then the first 24 hours of the grind, I only drink water. And then when it feels like I am gonna fall asleep, that's when I'll have my first little bit of caffeine. Oh, Leok SK. Look at this young erudite hero here. I did do keto once for like 2 months, and it was definitely the most like defined I ever was. Even when I was running like huge distances regularly, like training for ultra marathons and stuff, I never got like 6 pack abs kind of deal. You know what I mean? But when I went on keto, I got pretty much there. It's just so hard to resist breaking keto. You know what I mean? And like, it's not like a normal diet where one cheat meal is okay. It's like when you break ketosis, you're like off the wagon for 5 days to recover. So it's hard to. It was hard for me to keep up with it like on a long term basis. It's cool though because like if you have a problem just eating by quantity, it can be very challenging to go over your calorie goals while doing keto. You know what I mean? Because carbs represent such a huge portion of the average person's calorie intake. You'd probably kill yourself before you ate 3,000 calories of grilled chicken. Maybe bacon could get you there. Yeah, I like intermittent fasting. And basically, like, you just skip breakfast and you hit like the low tier intermittent fasting. Dude, if you try to eat 3,000 calories of grilled chicken, by the end of the day, your jaw's gonna hurt. You just gotta blend it, make a grilled chicken smoothie. This guard just beating me 1v1 again. Hey, Corrupt 2012, thanks for the follow. Oh, I forgot to put my heal on, boys. That's not good. Debasers, Arcane, thank you for the follow, guys. So we do have a small problem. See if I can root and mend my heal up. Dude, I was so far away from this NPC. Hey, stop using Bind Wound on me. I'm gonna petition this griefing. Caught on stream. No, but I'm over 50%, so I can't actually benefit from Bind Wound. Just gotta strafe the whole time I fight, so I can't get bound. Oh, I bounded to the wrong spot? Yep, I bounded to Yalp instead of Reckless Strength. Big mistakes are made. Oh, I'm out of mana. Time to delete. We had help. Man, she like sprinting out of there. Alright guys, we've been going for 4.5 hours today. It's been a really good stream. I see that a Very Loving Robot has recently begun his daily stream, so we'll wrap this up here and we'll go raid him. Also, for some reason, my heart rate is spiking. Enjoy his stream while I go have a heart attack, apparently. All right, 1 second, and here we go.
Be with him right now.